All right, hang tight. We'll be on here in just a minute. Okay. I only had it on Game Gear, but it was still pretty badass. How's everybody doing? My computer brand. Привет из Канады. Как вы себя чувствуете? How was my weekend? Full of work. A little bit of video games.
My life is like a Genesis song. Your lives are like some bullshit Super Nintendo. I'm like, that's my life. Your life, something like that. My life.
It's called the Virgin SNES sound chip versus the Chad Genesis sound chip. Sorry, every time I think of that, I have to play that. Yeah, just go on YouTube and type in Virgin SNES sound chip. It'll be the first thing that pops up. That's what I have to look forward to today. More walking. Yay. He blows smoke in Wolf's face. Иногда это можно быть трудно. Немного, но a little. Но если у вас друг, кто знает, как сказать по-русски, или родился в России, это не так уж трудно. Сейчас еще очень рано для меня. Except today, I'm gonna be working on this. All of Wolf's frames were done. Да, у меня все в порядке. Yeah, let's see here. So yeah, after this shot and this shot, which is them standing there, we'll be at around, 45 seconds of episode 3 already done. Right here, like, Wolf is already climbing down. I still have to animate this guy walking, but at that point, we'll be at about 35 seconds. And then this shot of him blowing smoke in Wolf's face and asking for the launch key. That'll put us over 45 seconds, almost a whole minute. Almost a whole minute this month. Not too bad. And considering this is like long frame by frame, and there's 6 characters, like right here at the start, you got the 5 lizard guys, like all of them are moving around. All of them are talking to each other. Oh, this is what I was afraid of. So yeah, this is what I gotta animate now. Wonder if I can set Blender to be low priority. It is making my sound card beep a little bit. I don't know if that'll make any no. Ah, fuck me. I just can't talk or send any sound while it's changing modes. That's all right. I'll survive. Well, so this would be Nikolai shot 4. Blender is using the GPU to render the Eevee stuff. What was my least favorite angle in which to draw characters before I started using 3D model references? Pretty much every angle that wasn't side, front, or 3/4. I mean, I still tried. You can still use the peaches and oranges and pears technique. Disney it up, if you will. But, whoops. There, that works. Okay. Hey, how's it going? I mean,
It's all-
как дела? What's up?
I wanted to speak with my friend, but he had a hangover and he said he's headache. Basically,
Damn.
yeah, I think he's.
Слишком много выпила.
Yeah.
А какую напитку он выпил? Он выпил.
Я не знаю.
А,
Probably vodka. Maybe both. Like, I honestly don't sure.
и водку, и пиво.
Его, да. Может, даже виски.
Моя любимая напитка. Виски.
Мой любимый напиток.
Hmm?
Мой любимый напиток, because напиток is masculine.
I thought it was напитка.
No. It's like in a specific case, it's becoming this.
Ah. Hey, Mega, so I appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. I was super nervous, but that was definitely a fun stream. I had a good time. very intimidating seeing Tracy draw my characters way better than I could ever draw them. That never gets old. That never stops getting intimidating. Every time I hang out with somebody, they're like, hey, I drew this. It's like, wow, it's like if I knew how to draw. Really, really nice. Very, very talented people.
Excellent!
I want to have this guy not really like Wolf. He blows smoke in his face at first, and then when he's there with Leon's dad and everything, and Wolf explains some stuff. I think he goes up to Wolf and like adjusts his collar and pats him on the shoulder, or some kind of gesture to be like, I was wrong about you. You seem like you're all right for a fuzzy head, or whatever they would call them. I don't know. Bubba will be joining us. No. I'm not gonna use fluffer. I'm not gonna use. Get your fluffery.
I have no even idea how to translate that.
No, that's exactly what the Google definition says it is.
Yes. I didn't know that.
Megasaw, thanks for the sub. What do you call cotton balls? Żłobkowy szar. That's cotton ball.
Excellent!
I thought Miach was ball. Oh no, a hype train. Outer Deck 12, thank you for the resub. Club Thumbs, thank you for gifting a sub to Mud Prime. We do the Arnie voice for gifted subs. I do. But yeah. She's a witness to the party of an action figure party. Action figures. She's a witness to the party of an action figure party. Action figures. Maybe I can get away with copying that. No kidding. West of Plant City, so what, like, once you go to Armwood, the Valrico, Sefner, Brandon, the regular old Highway 92 run of the mill. Oh, Lithia. Lithia Pinecrest area. I used to go to Lithia Springs a lot when I was a little kid. It's scary to think what that place might be like now. I don't know, who knows? Could be nice. Yeah, I remember Lithia Springs. The new release, hot off the presses. A hot press release from two-time Hugo Award finalist Chuck Tingle. One of the not pounded series, very elusive. Never saw the Ringling Museum. Even for the 19 years I lived there, didn't really get to see much. I have been to Ripley's. Went to Ripley's when I was little. I hope this turns out all right. We have a Dolly Museum here. Salvador Dali Museum in New Brunswick. It's not open all the time, I don't think, but it is here. I just got back to work. It's like I am now. No, I went over into their Discord and talked to them for like half an hour. Just, thanked everybody and said I had a good time. It's always nice hanging out with people who are in the same kind of work that you're into. I hope it was. I woke up the next day and I was like, Greg, I wasn't like dumb in that, was I? Did I do a good job? He's like, no, it's fine. I was like, I wasn't cringe, or I didn't talk over too many people. I didn't ramble or anything. I'm always afraid of rambling. I love going on tangents when I talk, but I know that not everybody is up for that. So I'm always afraid of talking too much. Could be that's a nice way to put it. No, I'm not gonna go on. So, like, if I have something funny to do, like, come on down, hi, or something like that, yeah, but I'm not gonna sit there and embarrass people and do stuff like that. Not gonna say I wasn't tempted, but yeah, I know how to act in front of company. It's either going to look really sloppy or it will look all right. Это третий эпизод. Да, да. Первая сцена. Сцена. Это для первой сцены. Вот славские ящерицы слушают в кино. В группу «Как кино?» и едят шашлык. Они говорят по-русски и по-польски. Вот. Да, ну, вот. Тоже есть туман, но это должен рендер. Не как, не пока я играю. Эти камеры еще не сделал, но я уже сделал больше, чем 30 секунд. Мы уже сделали больше, чем 35 секунд для эпизода 3. Ну, я пытаюсь. Мой словарный запас еще очень маленький, но, как я сказал, я каждый день пытаюсь. Больше учусь говорить. Белая ночь опустилась, как облако, ветер гадает на юной листве. Слышу знакомую речь, вижу облик твой, ну почему это только во сне? Белая ночь опустилась. Как Виктор Салтыков. Белая ночь сиренилась в... Это почти моя любимая песня из России. Моя абсолютная любимая песня из России. Я точно еще не знаю. Спокойная ночь, может быть. The cases in Russian are very tricky. Слава, над чем ты работаешь сейчас? Overwatch 2.
Oh, dude, I've been working for like
That's
3
all
hours
good.
before
You're fine.
I started.
Я шучу. Мой любимый фильм из России. «Сталкер». Это фильм из 80-х. Нет. Это 79. 79, я так думаю. Фильм из 70-х. «Сталкер». От Андрея Тарковского. Any recent animations I'm a fan of? There's been a few. Waiting for the second episode of Monkey Wrench to come out. I think that's in a day or two. I still have to see Enter the Spider-Verse too.
Excellent!
Mr. Boreas, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. That's the thing. When it gets into multiverse and time travel, it just becomes fan service. Like I am 100% disinterested in any multiverse stuff. I can't get behind it. I'm not like against it as in like I don't think it should exist. It's just it's not for me. That's all. Not judging anybody. If a movie is like really cool animation, but the writing is bleh or whatever, then I'll just put it on mute and let it play while I'm working and take notes. No, there's been a lull in writing quality for a long time, and I fear it's just my generation getting jobs writing, my generation that's been doing nothing but writing deviant art, self-insert fan fictions for the past 15 years. I don't know. And most movies that have come out here recently. I remember in the 90s, there's so many movies in like the early 2000s that I could name by year by year by year. And now it's like, I remember like 2 good movies that came out last year and maybe one before that one. Everybody has a chance to write something good, but you have to have people around you that can be a real buddy and tell you if something sounds cringy or unacceptable. You got a lot of these people that get in here and write, and then some people are really mean to them on the internet, and they're like, oh, well, they're wrong because they're mean, not because, you know, any other reason. Don't pay attention to anything they say because they're trolls and they're mean. Your writing is perfect. Keep doing you. And then the movie comes out and it just fucking blows. So I can't get in any more comic book movies. After Endgame, that was it. I will say that, like, A24 has at least a 90% streak with their stuff. I've seen 1 or 2 A24 things that were kind of to me, but like all of them were done with love and effort from what I saw. Not always for everybody, but none of it's like just run-of-the-mill same shit as always with that stuff. It's always a weird movie. Criticism not welcome. I can't take it. Nah, that just, I don't know, that screams insecurity when I see stuff like that. It's like, it basically just translates to, please don't ruin my dopamine cycle of nice comments by putting something critical in there. Yeah, being nitpicking is one thing, but offering constructive suggestions for someone, that's really how you should word it. You can't just go, this is too blah, blah, blah. You really need to blah, blah. You know, you got to word it a little different. Be like, you know, maybe you, in the next time you do one, try this effect and see if it looks better or something like that. I don't know. I always try that with people. Unless people, if there's someone that is very personal and close to me, a very dear, close friend, we all have this agreement. Me and Slava, Rex, Bubba, Greg, everybody, we have this agreement that we have a no butthurt clause. Every one of us can immediately point out something wrong with the other's project and not worry about, oh, well, I meant for it to look that way. It's a style choice. Like, no, if something looks off by something, we can tell each other, and it's a guarantee. It's not like we made a deal. It's just we've worked together on shit for so many years that we can just be like, hey, the eyes are crooked on that frame. Or, oh, yeah, I think the tail looks too big. Do you think the tail looks too big? Yeah, and all of this, like, no criticism, please. I'm a fragile flower. Please only say wonderful, good things when I post my art. You're not gonna grow. You're gonna be 20 years older. You're gonna be like me in my 40s, and a couple years, you're gonna be at the exact same skill level. I've seen artists get it like in their 20s. Drawing pretty good, but they do all that no criticism, or criticism will be deleted, and all that, and then you see them 20 years later and they're making the same mistakes, and they haven't gotten any more followers on their stuff, and it's the same echo chamber of, oh, you're perfect, as in you can tell somebody's just drawing for dopamine. Like, you got to be able to put stuff out. Or like when you're drawing something and you keep giving updates on a channel for like a picture, you keep posting updates like every 10 minutes. Oh, I added some more. Like, I want to pull people aside and whisper to them like, hey, I know that the little dopamine hits that you get from like showing your upgrade or your updates on your art are fun, but if you keep doing that, people are very quickly going to lose interest in looking at your art, even if it's good. Try to post one update, a halfway point, like, here's something I'm working on so far. Don't post an update every 10 minutes in like a public art channel, like, oh, here's some more, I added this. And this isn't me calling anyone out, this is like something that I used to do. You want to post a couple updates with some friends or whatever, that's fine. But just like, stop and ask yourself, why am I posting updates this quickly? Is it really just because I want that little dopamine hit to give me enough fuel to keep going? Like, you have to learn how to break out of that. Yeah, this is Mr. Bungle. But I'm not saying because you're annoying people or because people would think that someone doing it is bothering them or anything, but you will get work done faster, and you'll discipline yourself to not need those little bits of encouragement every 10 minutes to keep doing what you're doing. Half the time, like on the Star Fox servers and stuff, I'll go and post a picture that I'm working on, and I won't even come back. I'll forget about it because I'm so busy working. And be like, oh, wait, I should go in there and see what people said about it. Oh, hey, 3 or 4 people liked it. Cool. Anyway, and then get back to work. Like on the art sites where someone will make a picture and then post 12 variations of the exact same picture. Here's one with the skirt shorter. Here's one with the skirt a little longer. Here's one without a skirt. Oopsie. Here's one with a blushy face with the skirt long. Here's one with a blushy face with the skirt short. It's like someone's uncle and aunt showing you like a film projection of their vacation to Rome. Here's me and Becca waving to the left. Here's me and Becca waving to the right at sunrise. Here's me and Becca waving to the right at sunset. Here's one of me and Becca waving to the left again, facing the other way at a close 3/4 angle. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to get done. I just want to get a thing done. There it is, on to the next one. I'm not gonna lie, every couple days I'll go to my Fox in Space episode 2 video on YouTube, sort them by newest, and look at the comments. But I'm more interested in people leaving a comment saying that they found something that I put in the cartoon. And another thing I stay away from is fandom fighting, I guess. I don't know. There's people that will get into fights over, you know, which cartoon is better than the other. Like, oh, I love your cartoon. It's so much better than this person's cartoon. And someone will be like, no, let's wait a minute. Hold on. Because that cartoon was made by 20 people, and this is made... No, because that one sucks, and this one's better. Well, if I didn't like A Fox in Space as much as I... Like, I hate that shit. And then people ask me, like, which cartoon do you like better? Hell of a Boss or Lackadaisy? I'm like, I'm not going to answer shit like that. I'll do it. We're all in this shit together, and I'm not gonna be like, well, I felt that the better one is this one. It's like a bunch of friends sitting around asking which ones do they think can beat the other ones up in a real fight. It's very awkward, and you're not supposed to talk about stuff like that. That's really weird. I mean, unless you're all like MMA fighters getting ready to fight each other. Tidekeeper, thanks for the sub. But yeah, it feels like which one do you think has the better like somebody asking me in ice cream, which one of you thinks you has the better project, Fox in Space or Star Fox Event Horizon? And I'm like, you're comparing apples and watermelons. And that's so awkward. It's like going into a podcast and be like, hey, which one of you thinks that you can beat the other one up? It's literally exactly as awkward of a question and socially completely unacceptable. So I always stay away from that. Hold on a second, I'm figuring out what I want for lunch. Toasted turkey sandwich. I never look at cartoons and stuff as which one is better. That's so dumb. No offense to anyone who asked those questions, but you do need to be checked on that. That is not. It's like the art version of asking your friends which one do they think could beat the other one up in a fight. And that's not cool. I don't look at stuff as like, oh, what is this better than thing or better than this thing? I look at like how much love was put into it. Like how much effort and care. Like, is this something I can watch where I can be like, yeah, somebody really cared about this when they made it? In this day and age, in the 2020s, where like most everything that comes out now is super low effort, low bar. There's so much stuff now that's on TV and other shit that's just extremely low effort, and it's not funny. I don't want to watch a cartoon about people texting on their phone. I saw a cartoon. I'm not gonna shit talk. This is me shit talking. This might be for other people, but for me, like, I want more story in a cartoon than like 15 minutes of people sitting on a couch talking about what they're looking at on their phones. There's so many cartoons I've seen where it's just like, oh, what are you? And it doesn't even show, they don't even show the viewer what they're looking at on their phone. It's like, oh, what are you looking at on your phone, bruh? Oh, just some memes. Oh, cool. I saw this meme yesterday, and it's like a 15-minute cartoon. The animation was cute and it was fine, but it's like, I don't want to sit here and listen to two people on a couch talking about what's on their phone. At least show me what's on the phone. Don't, you know. It's a criticism. It's not me hating on anything. I'm not gonna hate. I will hate on writing all day. All day, all night, I will hate on writing for something. But if someone animates something and spends time on it and puts love into it, I can appreciate that even if the story isn't that good. Like even Velma. Velma actually had some decent animation. I know everybody's got a lot of bias about that show. I don't like it either. I could barely get into the first episode. The writing and the person behind it and the obvious self-insert was horrid, and I couldn't enjoy it. But setting all of that aside, the animation was pretty cool. The characters themselves, of course, that gets lent to the writing. But all of those characters, even not Mindy Kaling, Velma Lady, and every single one of those characters, the designs and everything, even if it was still a Scooby-Doo cartoon, they could have made Velma be an awesome show with the same characters, the same animation design. It's just the absolute delusional narcissism pumped into that by the main character, syndrome afflicted main creator, just completely ruined it. And now it's one of the worst things. I feel bad for the animators that worked on that because they did a good job, but holy fuck, what they had the characters do and say in that show was god awful. And it gets renewed. Like, this is like, I don't know. I just feel like it's a bunch of these Hollywood narcissist people shifting money around between each other in a big circle jerk. Oh, it was wonderful, darling. Now here's some money. You make your cartoon about you put into an already existing character. Let's troll the fan nerds. Like, I don't know. Your cartoon can even be, like, as much as I hate the W word, your cartoon can even be a little woke. You can put little wokeisms and progressivisms in your cartoon, and it's totally fine. Little gay, trans, Chinese, Asian, black representation, like whatever representation you want to put in a cartoon, it's totally fine. Totally fine. You can put whatever you want, but you have to make it work. You have to make it accessible. If you're making it to piss off half of a country, or to own the other half, or own the whatevers, or any of that narrative is in your cartoon, no matter if it's to the left or the right, you're going to get a 50% rating on everything at best. I mean, and if that's what you want, then yeah, chase that tail. Do that. But I want to make something that it doesn't matter who you are. You can watch it and be like, okay, I get it. This is fine. I didn't expect that kind of person to show up, but hey, I learned a little something. Sure, that's fine. You can totally do that. But if you're a shitty writer or a narcissist that just wants to, like, put yourself in stuff and make your character have nothing wrong with them and not actually earn the stuff that they get, then no one's going to like your shit. No one's going to like it. And you can hire the best animators in the world and they will do the best job that they can. But if you put out something that's, we're living in, I don't want to go on a big political thing, but we are living in an era where hate baiting is a thing and hate watching is a thing. The cartoon that's guaranteed to suck. It's so bad you shouldn't watch it, but you have to. Season 3 coming up next. It's just, If you're just trying to hit the algorithm, I mean, sure you will, but it's 100% a live by the sword, die by the sword thing. You get really good and you're trending and you're picking up steam and everybody loves you, and then the trend changes and you can't keep up with that. You'll be like one of those channels that has 17 million subscribers but only gets like 4,000 views per video. You fall off. You live on that thing, it will lift you up at the blink of an eye, And if you don't stay with it and keep changing with it and staying on current trending events, you'll fall off and you'll have all these comments on your videos talking like, wow, you really fell off, bro. Why even bother anymore? Yeah, like I don't worry about that. But you know, that's why a lot of animators will start a rant channel or a commentary channel and talk about Andrew Tate and whatnot. Not that there's anything wrong with trending. How, why did Koba die in episode 2? You're not supposed to know yet. Do you really want me to ruin episode 3 for you? He's gonna have his scene. I do believe instead of a cold open, I am going to go with a previously. I'm going to keep it like the other ones. I'm going to keep a previously thing going, and then it's going to open up to this scene. I'll do a compromise. I'm not going to ruin anything about what happens in episode 3, but I will say, spoiler alert right now in 3, 2, 1, Des was poisoned. By whom? By who, I will not say. That if you go look at that video where he was stabbed and all that stuff, the one on YouTube, it will say this is outdated. This no longer reflects any of the Fox in Space canon in any way whatsoever. But I will say that spoiler in 3, 2, 1, Dessler was poisoned. How he was poisoned and by whom he was poisoned, I'm not going to say, but I'll give you that much. It looks so bad. The fucking Cash for Gold song from South Park. The funny thing about that song is they were doing like I do. I'll put in a placeholder for the voice I want somewhere, but they were putting a placeholder of what they wanted the orchestra cha-cha kind of music to sound like. Oh, thank you, Greg. What? Oh, a soup also. Thank you, thank you. What kind of soup is it? Beef and barley. Thank you. But yeah, they use the song where is it?
A diamond and gold necklace! What's he doing?
But when they were playing it back over and over to get the scene going, they couldn't stop laughing, so they just decided instead of getting the orchestrated version that they were just going to use this one, and it made the scene 10 times funnier. All right, for real though, I'm gonna go get some food.
My man.
Ow. All right, you're up.
Banging out some fingers today.
Finger banging.
There you go. Like, hi. I just gotta retopologize his hands, his feet, and his tail, and then it might be ready for the next step.
Have a good time at work. We'll see you again. Oh, where did I go? Oh, there we go. Fortunately, I don't have to draw the body over and over again. I'm not muted. I'm here. Sometimes my mouth moves. I think I just need to get out of the habit of mumbling to myself while I'm trying to line things up.
Perfectly normal. I wouldn't worry about it.
This is me without my noise gate on when I'm working on that. I'm like, okay, so this here. And okay, the foot's gonna have to be lower in this frame because I guess do that. So that's like, it doesn't come through unless I talk this loud. I just kind of, I do that so it looks like my mouth is kind of moving. I don't know. Yeah, you'll see me when I'm drawing a character laughing or smiling. You'll see my face really like. I'm having an asthma attack.
I love asthma attacks.
I can't do it. Whispering, sure, but like, I'm gonna lick this Jolly Rancher against my teeth for 15 minutes? No, I'd have a heart attack. Hi, Greg. Thank you for the sandwich.
You're welcome.
Very soft. That's awesome. I hope you stick with it. That's understandable. Yes, that's exactly why we're here.
Hey, you want to learn Blender?
His dad just looks at the time codes and everything on the video. He's just like, nope. Too much stuff.
That's my cousin.
Yeah, I was hoping a bunch of people would be thanking me in the comments for that video, but it's just 90% of the comments are just, I just leave this on because his voice is relaxed. It's like, I don't care about Blender, but I like his voice. Which that's fine too. But I hope the video helps people get into it one way or another. I've had about 5 or 6 people in the past few months message me saying that they watched my videos and it got them well enough into Blender where they could take off on their own. Though I may go back and make a more clear one day.
I thought it was pretty good. I was able to follow along.
Yeah, I learned Maya first for about 2 or 3 weeks, and then I just left it and went over to Blender, especially when I saw how much it was going to continue to cost me to use it. And not using it for an industry thing, just like a little dinky cartoon background thing. It's like that's almost a rent payment. I can't do that every month. is extremely expensive. Unless you get the student version, which basically takes out all of the features that I need Maya for. Just like ZBrush. I have ZBrush to the version of ZBrush that you can get like for what I want to do with it. It costs a lot. It's a lot of money. And then they have the student version that literally takes every single feature out that I needed ZBrush for. So, yeah, I think all my modeling will be in Blender from now on. Well, the thing is, yeah, there should be light versions, but the light versions should be a little better. They should do it like FL Studio. The basic version of the program is $99.99. It's $100. And then whatever features you need, you buy those features individually. But once you buy them, you have them forever. That's how FL Studio doesn't come with auto-tune. I can pay $60 and get the FL Studio auto-tune plugin. Bear flips. Let me link my Blender versions thing. Here. If you ever wanted to learn Blender from a 45-minute tutorial that has every feature time-coded in chapters and narrated to you by my Wolf O'Donnell avatar, there you go. And also, I strongly recommend watching that video first and then this one second. And that will show you. By the end of that video, you will be able to do an animation and fill in colors and have layers. Changing the colors and layers and materials is kind of a pain in the ass, but get it down as the basic way you do things, and then once you get there, get the file I made that has all of the keyboard shortcuts and stuff, or make your own. I always recommend people making their own keyboard shortcuts, but that right there will get you started. But the most important thing, you watch the 2 videos and you know how to do everything. If you just wake up tomorrow and don't open Blender and go through it again a couple times, you're just going to forget everything. I know quite a few people that can attest to that. But if you stick with it and do it, every other day or so, just work in it a little, make something, render it out. Even if you don't show anybody, just make a little funny series of stuff.
Start with a really small goal, like something that you know you can get done
in
like 4 or 5 days.
Or even just one day. If you've got everything figured out, just make a little stick figures. Like the little thing I did at the end of the grease pencil tutorial.
like, even though I have a few years of experience in Blender,
you did
the
your first
microwave-
animation in like 48 hours.
Yeah.
Not finished it, but you were working on it like 48 hours after really getting into Blender and learning this stuff.
I had also been on and off animating for a few years too. But yeah, like using the Blender tools itself, it's completely different than like animating in Photoshop like I did back in the day.
Very much.
But like the microwave that I made for my Twitch intro, just the microwave itself, it's literally just composed of all the very, very, very basic beginner stuff that you can learn for modeling in Blender. And that took me maybe like a half hour to put together. So really just like learning the bare minimum, you can do a lot.
I definitely tried to run before I could walk when animating in Blender, but I don't regret it.
Mm-hmm.
I learned. I could have made it easier on myself, though, for sure.
It's a very gay furry example, but it's like the first time you ever make a fursuit. It, no matter what, no matter how much of a boss you
It's
think
your
you are,
first
your
draft.
first fursuit, it's gonna look like shit garbage, and you're probably not gonna finish it. So, but you
gotta get
take
that
what you
first
learned
draft
from the
out.
first attempt. Yeah, like that first attempt, you're gonna learn a lot, and when you start the next one, it's gonna look 50 times better. It's the same thing with anything you do in Blender. Your first go is going to be a bit rough, but then your second refresh take, it's only going to get better after that.
Yeah, just move the cube up,
Oh damn!
move the face out, go to the front, hit I to inset, E to extrude. Oh, scale there. Yeah, let me just start over. So
I didn't realize
this
you
is-
were making the microwave, and you did it really, really fucking quick.
yeah, this is cube, go tab into edit mode, 3 to go to face select mode, G to grab, and while you're grabbing it, you hit X, Y, or Z. So I'm just hit GX, move it out. Control R to do a radial cut. You click it, and then you click again where you want it. Oops. And then you go through face mode and I inset. You move the mouse until you get that there. Then you hit E to extrude. We're extruding inward. We're going to hit E to extrude again, but we're going to hit S to scale it up a little bit. Not all the way out, but like that. And then extrude again. Alt Z is X-ray mode. So there you got your interior. If you want to make the interior longer here, you pick that face and hit GX, move it. So you want it wherever. But anyway. You want to add a dial, you just Shift S or Shift right click to put your 3D cursor. It's just a pointing thing that doesn't actually show up anywhere. It's just, this is where I want to put something. Then you hit Shift A and add, and like add will come up. We're going to do a cylinder. S to scroll the cylinder down. R for rotate. You hit R, X. If we want it exactly 90 degrees, you just type in 90, hit enter. It's a little too long, so we're going to scale it on the Y. So you hit S and then Y. You scale it that way. G, Y, bring it back until it's right there. You can hold Shift to move slower. Just put it about right there. If you want to duplicate it, Shift D, and while it's moving around duplicated, you hit Y, or no, Z to go on this scale and put it down here. If you want to do it again, you hit Shift R to repeat the last command. Make as many as you want. Undoing, of course. But yeah, it's not too hard. Like here on this one, I would hit I to inset for a handle. I want the top and the bottom of the handle to be flat, so I hit 2 to go to line mode, click the line, hit scale. We're only scaling on Z. You're gonna hit 0 for like 0%, just completely flat. Same thing on this one, scale Z down to 0. And then we're gonna go hit 3 to go back to face mode, click that and hit E to extrude. We're gonna go to line mode and hit these 2 lines and hit Control B to Bezier. And while you're doing the Bezier thing, you can roll your mouse wheel to add more or less dimension to your curve. Do that much. Click it. Now we're gonna click these 2 faces. Shift click. And we're gonna hit I to insert again, or inset. Click there. And now we're going to hit X and delete those faces. Now we've got that bare open inside that we want to get rid of. So we're going to go to line mode, 2 key, Alt click one of these, and it will select the whole ring around them. And now while holding Shift to multi-select, you Alt click these. So now we've got those loops that need to be bridged. So when you've got them like that, you just right click and go to Bridge Edge Loops. And there's an actual face group in there now. This is all simple stuff that you can learn in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, like one YouTube tutorial.
And now you go over here when you back in object mode, you go down here to the materials for this object. They'll usually start with 1. You can delete them, you can add more, you can add slots. So you're defining like what slot these faces are using, not the specific material. The material you put in the slot is up to you. So let's say that new. We'll change the base color of this. We'll call this red material. Change the base color to red. Of course, we have to, up here is your render modes, wireframe, solid, materials, and then full lighting, because we have a light source up here. This is the full render of it. We'll just go to like perfect lighting with the materials. So if you wanted a second material, everything defaults to the first slot. So I'm going to make a new material here and call it yellow, or yellow knobs. And we're going to change the base color. Notice nothing's changed because we haven't applied it. You have to go into edit mode, tab, and go to face mode. You can hit 1, 2, or 3 for these. 1 is vertices, 2 is edges, 3 is faces. So you have to be in face mode. And click this, shift click, and shift click. And you can go down here, click the material you want it to be, and click assign. If you wanted the rest of these, what I could do is hold Alt and click here, Alt and click here. See, if you do Alt click, it's going to do this, but if you hold Shift, it adds them. It basically goes around in a ring of your selection until it stops. You can click that in there. And then we'll add another one. Call this one metal. We'll make it gray. Let's go here and see what happens when I Alt click here. No, that won't work. Alt clicking that one, Shift Alt click that, maybe hitting Control keypad plus. Okay, that's a little more than I wanted, but if it's close to the ones you wanted to select, Control keypad plus increases, Control keypad minus decreases what you have selected. Like it spreads. So get that much and then just shift click these to turn them off. Select metal, hit assign. There, no. Now we have a thing with 3 materials. If I change this material or something about it, it's the material that's changed. So anything that uses that material will instantly change it. You go down here and, you know, roughness, how much reflection do you want it to have? If you want to go in edit mode and select everything that is the material you have selected, like this, you can hit Shift G and select by group, and you go to material, and see it will select everything in this object that uses that material. So you can grab, do whatever you want with it. Like this one, selecting all the pink or the red, just hit Shift G, material. Everything that I'm going over, that I'm doing to this microwave, should already be in my Blender tutorial. Because I don't think this is anything new. That's a good thing for repeat command. Like here you do S, scale it down. And you don't want to manually do the other ones. You want them all to be the exact same percentage. You click here and hit Shift R to repeat last command. You'll do it on anything. Like I click here, see it does it just like it was done on that one. It's a percentage. Like if you want this doubled in size, you would hit S and then type 2. It's like what you're multiplying it by there. It just doubled its size. Do it again, and it doubles again, and it keeps doubles. The command you're running is basically scale 2. If you want it half size, you hit S and then type 0.5. And it, you know, does it the same thing. It's just in half instead of by double. But you can click all these and hit E, extrude them a little. I for inset. E, extrude them back. Using the extrude and insert keys is a lot of fun. Subdivide. And if you can do pattern select, if you do this and skip one, you can hit Control Shift keypad plus and it'll keep going. Control plus. Unselect all these. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. He's asking you about Retopo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's called Retopo Flow. It's an add-on for Blender. I think it's the most popular retopologizing tool for Blender so far, without using Z-Remesher Magic from ZBrush.
I'm still very, very much a beginner with it. Or if there are retopology experts in the chat right now, they're probably like angry, sweating at me. But
You're learning. You're learning.
I'm learning.
They know what's good for them. They'll encourage you. I think I am going to have to reset my audio interface. Stand by. Beep, beep, beep.
Are you crackling?
Yeah, I changed render modes too much. In
Oh,
like when you hit F12 to render and it does it, it'll fuck up.
yeah.
It does that to me too. The delay and crackly stuff, even though everybody else hears me just fine. Let's see. Oh, it is at 128. Let me fix that. This should be better.
No, Bear, the audio interface is like a separate external audio.
It's an external sound card that does ASIO processing on your audio. Like it buffers everything so you get near zero latency. All right, I think we're back.
Holy moly.
Oh, thank you very much, Winston. Gifting 10 tier 1 subs.
Excellent.
The Polly, Cinnamon Cookies, Wolfgang Fuck, Medved 0000,
Excellent.
Soul HHC, Glubha, Bowser the Bun, Bear Stark, Gargoruk Bop,
Excellent.
and Cody Yodi. Welcome to the club. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Excellent.
Очень большое спасибо вам. Очень, очень. Как всегда, спасибо за поддержку.
Excellent. Excellent.
Всегда, пожалуйста.
Excellent. Excellent.
That's cool. I think I've just about got more subs than I've ever had. 412. Good God.
Wow.
That YouTube money from episode 2 dropped in my bank account yesterday. That'll be a big help on my taxes. Tomorrow, I believe, is the 7th anniversary of episode 1. Can't believe it. After I get this shot of Wolf with Nikolai blowing smoke in his face, we're already gonna have 45 seconds done. Yeah, right here. Just this shot of him like blowing. Ignore these. These are just placeholders. But yeah, by the time I get to this shot, we're gonna be at the 45-second mark. It's not too bad. Yes, and like I only got half of the money because like the month rolled over. I'll get the other half next month. Actually, I got more like 2/3 of it. The last remaining third of everything before the wave died down. But yeah, I'm just very pleased that it being honest with them with my rating at the beginning of releasing it, they decided not to demonetize it, I guess. I don't want to bring it to their attention. I don't want to ask anything about it, but well, the thing is, just like with episode 1, it got to 1 million views in like 2 months. And then it just slowly trickled up. But that trickle is steady. A lot of things will blow up on the first day, and then views of it will just like fall off. But it's still getting a steady, 5,000-10,000 people a day, something like that. I don't know. Golly, it's already been out for a month. But as I've said many times before, как я сказал много раз раньше, viewerы не важно. I don't care how many views it gets. If you always say like, oh, it's a crime that this doesn't have 1 million views, it'll get there. If people will find out about it, and if they want to watch it, they'll watch it. The first one got on trending. It was like number 11 trending that day on YouTube. This one did not become trending. I don't know what the different thing was or whatever, but I don't care. It's not important.
YouTube was also a very different space 7 years ago.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like that was this was pre-November 2016 YouTube. Very, very different space.
Pre-shorts, like pre-TikTok, almost everything that's hot right now.
Maybe Saber Spark or Charlie will do a video about it. I doubt it. I mean, it's you know, technically furry stuff. That's all right. Like I said, it doesn't matter. Patreon, patrons, that's what matters. The crowdfunding, the people who want to support it, they'll support it. They'll find it. All right, that's starting to look better. Vary the sweater wrinkling and ruffling a little bit. Well, hopefully by the time episode 3 comes out, the fandom of this show will move over to my other show. I know Vinny talked about it a bunch. Vinny's part of the reason why my cartoon got as big as it did in the first place, that first time. Also partly the reason I had to remake the Patreon, because it blew up so fast that somebody reported it about Nintendo or whatever. It was like 3 days after he talked about it on his stream that the Patreon got taken down. But like, I knew it was eventually going to happen. I called it Star Fox, the animated series, and used the actual Star Fox logo and everything. And I was just waiting, because the first time I did it, there was nothing. Like, nobody really cared. But I was like, I'm going to see if it gets so big that I get in trouble for it. It took me about an hour to get another Patreon made, and by the end of the day, it was back up over $1,000 for my streams. So at that point, I was like, oh, well, okay, there we go. I cannot confirm if Nintendo sent the notice, because it was Patreon saying like we've Noticed you have a blah, 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 or whatever, and you all have 24 hours. Nowadays, they freeze your Patreon. They freeze it until you remove the offending material. Mine, they just completely deleted. I had no chance to move or change anything. They just deleted it and said that I had 24 hours to contact all the people. Do I worry that once I start the violence, people will drop off since it's no longer about Star Fox? Yeah, that is a concern, but I can't do that forever. If I move over to my own thing and people don't like it, then they weren't into it for my animation in the first place. They were only into it because it was Star Fox fan creation and Star Fox related. So I'd probably need to go back to a Walmart job anyway. or somehow appeal to Nintendo and be like, please let me spend the rest of my life making animated Nintendo fan cartoons. This is the only thing I'm good at. No, as long as I have enough money to get by, sure. Hopefully by then, hopefully when I get over to the violence, a company won't be afraid to touch me and be like, okay, now we can fund you since it's not a Nintendo thing. I was expecting Adult Swim to go the Rick and Morty route. I think most people that are all into Adult Swim would be like, oh, what is this furry cringe? And skate away on their hoverboard. Oh, that's not right. That's the thing, if you liked Wolf and Fox in the Fox in Space, you like my versions of Fox McCloud and Wolf O'Donnell, they will be characters in the violence. They'll just look different. Wolf will not be named Wolf and he won't have one eye. It's going to be like Wolf O'Donnell if he was in his 40s in an alternate universe, had two eyes, and was a detective. So you want to see like an older Wolf O'Donnell detective story unfold? That's going to be one of the arcs in the violence. But no, if you're one of the people who unironically uses terms like furry cringe, you're not going to like anything I make anyway. I mean, yeah, I'm still going to be voicing the characters. They're going to sound a little different. Fox is going to be a little on the little more. I mean, their names are going to be Frank and Jimmy. And Frank is the wolf guy, and like he's going to sound pretty much like an older Wolf O'Donnell. Jimmy is going to sound like a 30-something Fox with a touch of Asperger's. He's going to be kind of like a Will Graham, kind of annoying, quirky, but lovable, companion to the depressed, loathsome, rude, gruff old wolf detective guy, I guess. It's spelled with an E, just because. Yeah, like if you like Will Graham from the Hannibal series. Like Hugh Dancy's character in Hannibal, like I would love to not reference that like oh it's supposed to be this character, but just that kind of personality and he's smart, but he like socially he doesn't really blend with people, and he's a little, you know, I don't know how to put it. I don't want to set anybody off, but yeah, he's got his quirks. I'm starting to think I have too much written for the violence. If anyone's wondering if I have stuff written down, I have enough stuff to make like 5 fucking seasons of the violence. I've been writing it every day for like 5 years. There's so many wide arcs and scenes, and I'm still going through and putting tags. Like if it's an idea, like maybe I could put this in, I have to put like hashtag idea, you know, tag idea, tag scene, tag food if there's like weird food lore, or just plain lore, or tag it with scene if it's like a scene where stuff, a quote if it's going to be like, oh, I want a character to say this line somewhere in the show, and there's just hundreds and hundreds of these, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Like, I don't think I'm going to do seasons. I'm not going to do seasons of the violence. It's just going to go episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4, and just on. If I get up to episode 300, it's just going to be episode 300. I don't want to do seasons. I just want to have one folder with just no season finale. Like it I don't know. We'll see. I like it going straight ahead like that. Yeah, I want to skip episode 3 so bad. I want to skip it and come back to it later, but no, I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way because I still have a lot that I need to learn about Blender before I think I'm ready. Animators to train. I was wondering about that, like the soap operas and stuff. Do the soap operas ever have season finales?
All my children did, or series finale.
I didn't know. Yeah, I mean, like oh, it's the end of the season, and then we have to, like, every soap opera I've ever seen is literally on every weekday.
Yeah.
There's never like, oh, here the finale. Now no new episodes for a year or whatever. It was every day. Why is his fucking tail up so high?
Just cutting one while he walks, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, it's not a problem. I can just lower it. I'm going to work on episode 3 for about 3 years. I don't want to spend any more than 3 years on this. I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm almost 50 years old. Time to get on the cartoon I've been wanting to do my whole life. I don't want to spend all of my 40s. I spent all of my 30s. I've spent all of my 30s. I've devoted my entire 30s of my life to Star Fox. When I was 31, I started on my Patreon for my streams for A Fox in Space. So from age 31 up until now, I'm 39 and a half. I've spent the last 8-9 years of my life on Star Fox, and yeah, I've learned stuff. I used it as a stepping stone to get to where I am with Blender in the last like 2 or 3 years. I don't want to do tutorials. I want to do an in-person workshop thing. If I make a video and people can skim through it while they're on their phone or while they're on their computer with 5 screens, they're not going to stay focused. They're not going to learn everything. If you have somebody there with you answering your questions as you're tinkering around with it, then you learn 30 times faster. That is 100% fact. And I have like 12 or 13 people that will agree with me on that. I'd like to do it at a con, but I want to do a little test run first. If we do it at a con, we'll have to, like everybody else will have to be there with me too, like Bubba, Rex, Greg, Slava. But in the meantime, when I get the chance, I got a lot of other things I want to do, but I want to get the momentum going on episode 3 first. I want to get to where we're getting at least a minute out every month. So I started around April 1st. So in 24 days, and keep in mind, we're still just getting started figuring out the workflow of paying people and getting other animators and whatnot. 24 days in April, and we're in the next couple days, we're going to be at about 40 something seconds done of animation here. So that's not too bad starting out. Also, this scene has a bunch of long walk cycles, a whole bunch of characters. If this scene only had like 3 people in it, we'd have over a minute done by now, guaranteed. This is a big scene. Keep in mind, I had to animate the spaceship, add landing gear to it, and steps that come out of the top and all this stuff. But we'll get there. After I finish these few frames, I'll be ready to send this to one of y'all. Rex, if you can do the walking guy, and Bubba, you can do wolf climbing down.
Yep. Yeah, I think that was the plan.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
God, and I just started this 2 hours ago. До свидания. Пока-пока. До свидания. Don't get any on ya. Don't know what that was supposed to mean.
My man.
When you see old Ralph, tell him I said. He'll know what you mean.
We're just innocent men. We're just normal men.
Vote now. Or forever hold your peanuts. Nice handiwork on the hand.
Oh my god. Well, thank you. It's also stressing me out, but I'll see it through.
Y'all are the most divided motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. Every time I do this, it's always right down the middle. This is a vote for what my face rig is gonna be. Not your favorite animal, but I guess those would be the same. It looks like we're sticking with Wolf today. Unless someone blasts in at the last minute and the last 10 seconds and votes hyena instead. It's all good. Are you fucking kidding me?
Now they get none. You just turn off your avatar.
Yeah, great. There. That you did this.
My man. My man.
I should have been more specific.
Oh god, this is the worst.
What about a half wolf, half hyena? I can't make up my mind, so I get both. He has one demon wing and one angel wing. One of his eyes is good blue and the other eye is evil red, but they will change color depending on what mood he's in.
And then parentheses,
Watch out if they're green. They turn green when he's high on weed, and the smoke he blows out is rainbow colored.
Some of the chat is like, ha ha ha, but also like sweating.
Nervous laughter, side eye to significant others sitting next to them. It's like at a comedy show. Somebody's getting yelled at on the drive home tonight.
So you thought that was funny? Oh, wait a second, Stalker Dragon Wolf. I didn't mean it against your Dragon Wolf character.
Oh, okay. I guess we're here now. All right, that'll do. I didn't care either way. You guys voted. You guys voted a tie, so I had to vote a tiebreaker. It's always and will always be up to you. we may run it again at halftime. Maybe that's what I should do. We get to vote on what avatars used at the beginning, and then halftime it's a switch. It's like picking who gets to kick off first. I'm trying to, here it is. This is the one. 100 people have made this, but I think this is the best one I've seen. Yeah. You've never seen this before. There's been like 20 versions, but this is 100% my favorite one. Top right of the color gradient. I am 100% through and through the virgin anthro. It's not called a persona, it's my anthro OC. Oh, Lord. Is that all of them? I finished the body and the legs mainframes. And the head will be extremely easy. It's only going to be one head and it bobs. I'll have to unfull screen this shit or it's not going to show his stream. Yeah, see when I maximize my other window, it just kind of... This will do. There we go. Enjoy your soup. Just the other day, my friend brought me a coffee mug. It says blender. I threw it on the ground. What, you think I'm stupid? This ain't a blender. This is a coffee mug, man. You think I'm stupid? This mug's not a blender. I threw it on the ground. Yes, AFox brought us some blender swag the other day. She hands me the phone. She says it's my dad. I threw it on the ground. My dad's not a phone. What, you think I'm stupid? Please. You can't buy me, hot dog man. I think that's my favorite rap song of all time, if it counts as a rap song.
Why he's mad?
Well, when I had seen you yesterday, you had said that you were to be bringing me a present, and then now that I seen you today,
I always fuck it up. I could never. You were to have been bringing me a present. Yes, that's not how it goes. Well, it does now. Bruh, it's just a little thing. It's right here in my pocket.
Yeah.
I didn't forget you, huh?
No.
You like it?
Yeah.
So she's gonna be at St. Mary's? Yeah, I figured me and my daddy are gonna come by and bring her some flowers. I should be really happy to see you. He did the little thing, bruh. Oh, jeez. Yeah, sorry. It's gotta be played now. Yeah, there it goes.
Well, looks like they're gonna have to operate. Oh no. No, that's good. That's good. Get it over with. Get it done. Get it out of there. Yeah, I guess so, as long as they get a good doctor. Yeah, Dr. Richard. He know what he's doing. What up, Sean Jared? Sean Jared. So when's she scheduled to go in? They wanted to go in next Tuesday to do some tests. Blood work. Yeah, blood work, x-rays, all that stuff. Just to make sure they don't run into any problems. Sean Jared. And then a week after that, they wanted to go for the actual procedure. Sean Jared. Sean Jared. Why he's mad?
He said he was gonna come as a present, but he didn't come.
What's up, man? Why you mad?
Last time I had seen you, you said you was gonna bring me a little present, and I see you today, and I see you ain't got no present.
Oh, Sean Jared, you thought I had forgot?
Yeah?
Bruh, it's in my pocket, man. It's just a little thing. It ain't a big old present. Here, look. Man, you thought I had forgot, huh?
Yeah?
I didn't forget you, though, huh?
No?
You like it?
Yeah?
She gonna be at St. Mary? Yeah, they doing it at St. Mary, and then they say they want to keep her for like a week after, just to make sure she good. All right, me and my daddy gonna come by, bring some flowers or something. All right, she gonna be happy to see y'all, too.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to do a bunch of smoke effects on this, aren't I?
I was thinking about that.
Gotta do the shashlik, which, you know, that'll be easy. It's just smoke going up. But him walking with the cigarette, I didn't have too much trouble with it on Peppy in the train station scene. But back then I didn't know what I was doing. I'll just copy the one I made for the intro, or for the desk crawl, where you can't really notice it too well, but if you look, there's a burning cigarette. No one has noticed the Nova bomb in episode 2 yet. Maybe someone in here that saw me working on it or something, but I haven't seen a single YouTube comment.
Fred,
Huh?
I just now think that we can make the smoke animation much easier. So, what we're gonna do? We create an object with the origin on the tip of the cigarette, and it's gonna be basically a string of vertices, like a line. We apply close modifier.
So you're just gonna do just a 2D line of clothing.
Yeah, and we make negative gravity for it. And when object is gonna move appropriately with the character, it's gonna move. And we can assign like a particle system where we're gonna add objects with this like smoke shader on it. and probably even scale. Maybe we can do this even with the, maybe we can convert the animation into a grease pencil line, and you can just change it on the go.
Possibly. I know what you're saying. I can just make an object that is tied to the end of his cigarette that can just do the smoke physics too, though. But I don't know, I'd like to see your idea to see how it looks. Basically a tiny ribbon of cloth that looks like smoke and has negative gravity.
No, it's like a vertices. They're not even going to be visible because like we're gonna apply
It's just
something on
a
them,
two-dimensional
because
line.
we probably can even convert it to the like curve and apply anything on a curve.
You should do an example.
Yeah.
Animate the lizard guy moving his cigarette around, and then parent that, the vertex parent it to the end of his cigarette and see how it looks.
When you finish with animation, I can try this.
You are more than welcome to. Boy, this file takes a long time to load. The reason that I am animating the visibility and render of each of these on the different shots is because if you just leave them all on, even if they have empty frames, all of these effects and modifiers get processed. So if you have 100 camera shots in a scene and 100 copies of Wolf, if they're all just on, your project's gonna chug. But if you make them all invisible and animate them turning visible only for the time that they're on the screen and then going invisible again when the camera changes and goes to the next grease pencil object, it will be as if they're not there and it'll run super fast. I found that out myself because when I got to in the train scene where there's just like 25 different camera angles there, I'm like, why is this going slow? There's nothing on the screen. And yeah, like even empty grease pencil objects, if they're visible and these are all on or off or whatever, it drastically changes the frame rate of while you're working. Final render times, not so much, but it will affect them. So you see here as I change back and forth, this is like shot 4, Wolf is this camera shot, and then shot 5, it's a completely different, this is a different object than this one of him like climbing up there. I have one grease pencil object for each character for each camera angle. Some people will make this one shot just one file. I don't do that. When I send the animation to someone, it is just this as one file, but for the whole thing, it's all these cameras together. So it's like, what if I want to make this mountain bigger or something? Then I have to go in every single one of those files and change it. Unless it's linked, but even then you have to go into every one of those files and link it, and it's easier just to have your big file that has all the characters in it. But let's say I wanted to animate Maciek here, this guy, like his frames. If right now, if I tried to draw and animate in this file with all of this stuff in it, it'd be slow as hell. So I have a file that's specifically for him, Maciek shot 1. And it's literally just, this is the file. His model is there. I have his model to base it off of and everything. And this file, that's the only things that exist in this file are his model, his grease pencil object, and this camera. And it runs like lightning. Maciek, 5. Jestem hardcore. But yeah, so when I'm done, I save this file, and then I go back to the big project file, and it's linked into this file from that little work file for that. Yeah, each one of these is linked. See, I can't edit this. See, I can't change anything on his layers or materials or anything down here. I can't delete, I can't move, I can't edit anything because it's linked in from an outside file. See, this is Piotr shot 1. So if I wanted to edit his here, I would go and find that file and linked Piotr shot 1. And this is the file that it works in. I wish there was a quick, easy way to do this. I don't know why the grass is down there. I can delete that and that. But yeah, it's just his model, the grease pencil object, and the camera used to zoom in on him. And it's a small file. It runs great. It's just, if you kept all of the files, you didn't link them in from the little files, and you just try to do all of it with all of the frames being stored in this Blender file, it would take like 4 seconds to do an undo. I had this many characters in one file once, and just you draw a line and you have to sit there for a whole second waiting for it to register the line, because every time that you do something in this program, it saves a copy of it. it saves this instance of Blender. It's like hitting Control S after every single thing you do. And then if you go undo or redo, it goes back and forth in the history of those saves. But if all of these are loaded in from an external file, they don't have to get reloaded. They're just saved externally. And when they're loaded in here, they're loaded in as read-only. You can't mess with them. So there's no reason for it to save them. It's not saving them in this file. So I can move around and keep everything moving fast. It saves them in VRAM, and when you're undoing and redoing, it doesn't touch your VRAM. It's just all there. So the more that you have that's externalized or linked in from external files, the faster this project file will work. And the main reason that I put these out into individual files per shot, I can send that blend file to you right now. Actually, I'll do it if anybody wants to fuck around with one. I'm gonna send you one of the lizard guys eating. I believe this Friday, right about nowish, I'm going to do a podcast with Ice, the creator of Star Fox Event Horizon, and Estelle Ellis, the original voice actress for Crystal.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. I'm super nervous. I've got butterflies. But I think that will be a fun one.
You'll do fine, I'm sure.
That's 110 megabytes for old Piotr. Yeah, if Nintendo's not going to make anything, we'll damn well try. Yeah, there's my little sample there if y'all want to look at that. It's literally just this file. It'll open up just like this. If you want, you can go in and look at these frames and see what all different layers that he's on. But yeah, if you got a little bit of grease pencil knowledge, you can open this file up and see the different layers and everything if you want. He's definitely come a long way. God, even just that latest video where Fox and Crystal meet, that was really cool. Fox had a couple cheesy lines, but it was great. It worked. I love the voice actor that he has for Fox McCloud too. He does a really great job.
Be right back.
I could go for a hot pastrami.
Oh my god, that's my favorite sandwich in the whole world.
Is it?
Yeah.
You ever made one?
I've never made my own pastrami before.
When you get the pastrami from the place, you cook it with a little bit of onions and also beef broth instead of oil.
God damn.
I got that as a recommendation from a guy in Maine. He was the butcher guy that worked at the IGA. He gave me a pastrami cut, and I asked him, I was like, what's your recommendation? He's like, yeah, don't use oil, use beef broth. Turned out good.
Those fucking French dips that Greg made.
Yeah, those were good too. The au jus. Au jus.
I'll just put this in my saucy fat mouth.
Oh, you didn't leave me any. How's the hand coming along?
Oh, we'll see.
Wishing you were dead yet? Have you finally relented to the fact that some stuff is going to have triangles?
Yeah. I think what I really, because in my head, I was always just like, no triangles, don't ever do it. Don't ever put a
That's
triangle
like
in
if
it.
you're making a game and something's got to be absolutely perfect and optimized. If you're doing it, if you're, huh?
I said it. I probably said it a few times, dude. Triangles are fine. The problem with triangles is that sometimes they can look quite wrong on during the animation and can make shading of the model on a low poly quite weird, and that's why it's usually avoided. But if you know where to put it, and believe me, in your case, it doesn't matter where you put it; it's totally fine.
Yeah, I've already swallowed that pill.
Just check out this, like I sent you. Look in the middle of the chest. It's literally fucking 4 triangles, like in one place, and
yeah,
it's just fine.
Yeah. The biggest issue that I was having, because I redid the entire hand again, the retopology for it, I just kept getting spirals. So I'm like trying to be hyper aware of it as I go.
The poles are more dangerous than triangles. It's like when you from one vertex there's like 5 or more edges coming out.
polygons. Yeah, you just triangulate them. You got something like this. Like, oh. Yeah, you just click on it, hit Control T. There. Or Control Shift T for an alternate configuration. Yeah, if you're making something and this is one polygon, like this is one polygon technically. Like you can look at it, it's like an MC Escher kind of impossible thing. This is one face. You try to extrude it, it's gonna be like totally messed up. But if you have a shape like this and then it's weird, all you gotta do is click on the face that's weird and hit Control T. And it triangulates it. See, now it's got all those faces. This is the shape that it's supposed to have anyway, but without those on it, you can see kind of where it loses its mass there, and you don't really know what it's doing. You can kind of like it. And if you have a texture on this or shading, it's going to be so fucked up. But if you do that, you can just select the whole thing and it'll triangulate everything. You won't need to triangulate these flats, but like this side and this side for sure. And if this way you don't like it, try Control Shift T and see it'll do it in a different configuration. There's no way to tell which one's gonna do which, but it's just two different algorithms it uses to find the best way to triangulate them. I actually use that a lot when I'm modeling ships and I have some like weird face that I'm not sure how to use. See, Control T, it triangulates everything, like literally everything you have selected. Yeah, no problem. Shit, Rex, you're not going to have a lot of work to do on this. Legs and tail. And maybe the back arm, yeah.
I think it's just going to be a little halfy job.
No, I think this will still be a full block, but... because you still get... It's a lot of frames, you still got to do the tails, you got to in between all of the legs. You got to do the hand in the back. But no, I did all of the heads and all of the front arm with the cigarette for you. So I will go ahead and put in the in-betweens. Yeah, this will definitely still be a full block of work. Do you find it easier to have the stars on the frames that you haven't done so you can find where your work still needs to be done?
I almost didn't even notice them on the last one I did with Wolf, so...
No, there were a few
You can put them in if you want.
Because honestly, you can select all of them, do multi-frame, and just draw around the thing and delete them.
That's what I did before I sent you the final.
Yeah, that's everything you gotta do. And let me give him a background. Background layer, or no, not foreground, background. And that'll be his tail. You can do the tail on the very, very back if you want. That'll be super easy. You can interpolate the tail if you want. That's great because you already, like, however you want to do it, you can do it. I don't know how you want to do the back arm. You can figure out your own way to do it if you want. And I have the extra. Let me add the foreground too as a thing you can use. Let me see. How about we put the arm? We put the arm on foreground. Yeah, move that to foreground lines. Oops. Yeah, this will be ready for you in just a minute, really. I could have given it all to you to do, but I'm just his hand with the cigarette. I'm just interpolating that as with like a little bob and a bounce, because it literally doesn't really move that much. Like I said, we 90% happy, move on. And plus, that's a lot of arms you won't have to draw. Okay, so that's on foreground. So extra.
Peter! Oh, God.
That's all I have to do. It's just like everybody knows what I'm talking about. God, that was so... So, on the background, layer 6, no, 7. Layer 6 is foreground, layer 7 is background, layer 5 is extra. So extra is gonna be, here, let me do one frame. And we're gonna put extra underneath the foreground, yeah, okay. Oh, actually, if we put extra under the body frame, yeah, you can let the, see, you can let the, am I not on it? Yeah, you can draw this back as far as you want because it's behind the body frame.
That's literally what I was going to do. That way I don't have to be meticulous in lining it up with the
edge of wherever the jacket is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there, I've already got that set up for you. I'm not literally following the fingers. Well, it really doesn't matter that much from this distance, but... Honestly, you could probably get away with just rotating this and doing this with it, but I'll leave that up to you. And you don't see it in the back, so every half segment of this, you're not even going to have to draw the hand because it's going to be behind the jacket. On the jacket portion of this, I was going to do it for you, but you can do it yourself. This much of it, this, you can copy and go in between here, it's not gonna. Oh, come on. Why? Oh, am I on multi? There we go. Yeah, see, like on the jacket, you can paste this in and just move it slightly. Please do that and save yourself the time. Just scooch it around until it's all between the blue and the red. I did not redraw the jacket. This is the same jacket, just bobbing up and down a little bit. As long as you put it between the two frames that you see, just copy this much of the jacket so you don't have to redraw it again. The legs are completely new every single frame, but the jacket portion of the bottom layer, or the body layer, I'm a little weird about this tail being up that high, so let me see if I can change that. Jesus Christ. Does that work? Will that do it? Yeah. Okay. Just wanted it a little bit lower. Not that low. There. Just a little bit. So yeah, 1 is body, 2 is head, 3 and 4 aren't used. 5 is the back arm, 6 is the front arm, and 7 is the tail on the caboose. Sorry, I had to make a little rhyme there. So let me draw 1 tail. One thing you can do if you're really lazy, just set this to 4-3. Just do that. Don't even have to worry about filling it in. It's literally just 1 stroke that goes in that far. But again, that's up to you if you want to do it that way. Yeah, let's just leave it like that. All right. I guess I can go ahead and send this to you. Oh, and yeah, the part at the end where he pulls a cigarette up. This I don't want you to rotate where he brings up the cigarette. I want all those arms to be regular frame by frame. That's all I'm saying. This is definitely 1 block of work. This is not half. This is... And just fill in the end of the cigarette with highlight 2, the little orange thing. The cigarette itself is just colored Sig 1, and don't worry about copying it to the highlight layer. This is what I'll do. Multi-select every frame that the cigarette cherry is on, select all of that material, duplicate it, move all of those to the highlight layer. So not only is the cigarette filled in orange on its color layer, but there's a copy of that same orange on the highlight layer that gets super glowed and bright in the dark. Don't worry about that. I can do that. It'll take me like 15 seconds after you color everything. But I think this is good to go.
Okay.
Let me get the heads set up right. If you wanna figure out the rest here, interpolate the body or something, you can figure it out at the end. It's so nice, some stuff I can just leave not done because you know how to do it. It's a good feeling. Since Nikolai shot 4. Give me just a moment. And you have been paid. What is today, the 21st?
22nd.
20, is it?
Mm-hmm.
And that is...
Today's the 24th.
It is the 24th.
I don't know why I
Oh my
said it
God.
like that, but it is.
Today's the 24th,
right.
you fucking...
I was looking at the time. It says 11:22, and I saw 22 near the date, and I was like 22nd. Like it was just a quick glance. Holy shit, it's the 24th. Sorry for being.
Now I feel like I'm even farther behind than I was. Fuck. Give me a sec. I'm getting that thing where my mustache hairs are tickling my nose hairs, and it grosses me out. I hate that. Alrighty.
Oh, you sent it to me. Okay, good.
Did you get both?
Both? I just see Nikolai shot 4.
The work and the money.
Oh, let me check my phone.
And Bubba, if you're good to do Wolf, I can go ahead and send you that one if it's done.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, man.
Actually, I think it is done.
I'll likely be doing it after I do the mask stuff today, so...
Oh, you ain't got to do it today, just at some point. It's so nice I don't have to worry about it. I'd be like, okay, this will be done.
Yeah,
It's like in Factorio when you get all the fucking drones to do everything. And you're just standing. Yeah, it's so Bubba, on this one, if you can look for a sec, the body layers is just the body without the arms. You can see here what it's faded in as. This is actually going to be pretty simple, but it's still a full block of work. Because they're simple frames and the character's facing away for most of it, but it's a lot of frames and it's full body.
That's fine.
So 1 is the body, 2 is Wolf's head.
Right.
3's not used, 4's not used, 5 is his tail, and 6 is the arms and the hands.
Okay.
Just remember, like on these, the in-betweens here, where you see the hand, notice the hand for these frames, the hand is pretty much in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
Oops. Caught a little gap there. Just know that when you go in between those, try to keep the hand there. Don't let the hand wobble around. See, like on this one, see how it's just, you can just copy that part of the hand, like this much of the hand, if you want, and just make sure it's always there. It's like in video games, they get that so bad in video games sometimes, the people that their hand's not lining up with where the ladder is. But you only got to worry about it for 2. The rest is just the same thing with the feet. Make sure that the feet are in the exact same spot. If they jiggle a little, see how mine jiggle just a tiny bit, that's fine. But try to make sure that they're mostly in the same spot. It should be pretty easy.
Yeah.
Here, I'll go ahead and set up your in-betweens for you.
Did you want me to move Nikolai's pupils where he's following Wolf coming down the ladder?
If you want to, if you feel like there's something you can do and it's worth your time, impress me, dazzle me with your infinite brilliance.
What is that even supposed to mean? Oh, I think you can figure it out.
God, I can't wait to get to that. Well, I like Russian. I like the culture. And I have a lot of friends that are Russians now, and they're going through some shit. It sucks. And I started learning over 3 years ago. And even with current political temperatures and whatnot, it does not change how I feel about Russians and Russian culture one iota, because I'm not going to get into it, but that's a bunch of rich oligarchy stuff. All of the Russians that I know are in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, and they log into Steam and play Overwatch just like everyone else. I don't know. It's always been something I wanted to learn since I was little. I even tried in high school, and the year that I started high school was the first year that they got rid of it because there wasn't that much demand for learning Russian back in the late 90s. I was so mad. I was like, okay, I guess I'll learn Spanish. I was so mad. I did good in Spanish, though. Oh, wait, is Overwatch not on Steam? Is that a Epic
I
store?
wanted to correct you on that. Yes.
Actually, it's Battle.net.
Actually, yeah, it's a Battle.net. Yes.
I don't know. I'm just. Hopefully, you get the point of what I'm saying and not get lost in the semantics of game platforms. I wasn't mad to learn Spanish. I was mad because I didn't get to learn Russian. I kicked ass in Spanish. I had a good time. Mrs. Soto, she was a wonderful teacher. Everywhere I went, though, they're like, you sound like you're speaking Cuban Spanish. I was like, yeah, my math teacher, she was Cuban, so. It's a couple words and things that she'd even tell us. She'd be like, no, this is how Cuban Spanish goes. If it's Spain Spanish or Mexican Spanish, you might not say this. It's just little things, though.
So that cell shady look that I want to put on my dynamite model, is that going to be difficult to actually apply to the model as a material? Like, I don't even know if my question makes any sense.
Say it again.
When I finish retopologizing dynamite and I get him all done with rigging and everything, and then want to give him the colors that I want him to have, I used Blender to create that like cartoony cell shade effect on him.
You're asking if the shader is going to translate to whatever other program you're going to use the model in?
Well, specifically just like face rig.
I actually don't know. I don't know what kind of shaders face rig uses. I know it uses emissions. My emission shader worked. That would be, I mean, are you doing it in face rig or are you going to do VC face or whatever? You're going to do face rig?
Well, I'll probably start out with face rig. VC face I have no knowledge of at all.
I'd probably ask somebody who does face rig stuff. It's a simple question. It'd just be like, hey, what shaders from Blender can I use in face rig when they move over there? Or like when I move my face rig model from Blender to face rig, like what shaders can I use? Or do they all just have to be textures? Because I believe I've seen some that use the regular toon shaders and stuff. I'm just gonna Google it. Face rig Blender shaders.
That doesn't sound good.
Well, no, I'm just looking. Yeah, I'd ask Caribou. Or do you have a friend? Do you know anybody else that's doing face rig stuff?
I can think of a few. I don't know, but they
I'll
don't
ask
make
him.
them. They just have them.
Let me ask. Is it too much dynamite is making his face rig in Blender? Does the model have to be textures only, or can any of the shaders in Blender translate over as well? We'll see.
Appreciate it.
Because I had his eyes set as emissives, my hyena guy, and they are emissive in face rig. Now, I don't know if Caribou did that or not, but or if he just like translated it over, but they were not textured, they were emissions. And they worked fine. So I know emissions do. There's even a setting for them in face rigs options. Alright, I think that one's ready for you too, Bubba. This is definitely a full block of work as well.
Alright.
If it feels like more than that to you, let me know and we'll work something out. But I think this is...
I'm sure.
I mean, considering it's the character mostly from the back, you don't have to worry about buttons and belt buckles and collars and all that, or faces for most of it. I think there's only like 3 frames where you see Wolf O'Donnell's nose. Yeah, like 1, 2. Yeah, there's only gonna be 2 frames where you can even see his nose or his eye patch. You don't even have to draw eyes. It can all like do all of the head stuff, just all of the eye patch, mouth, and head stuff just on the head layer. He's not gonna be talking. If a character just isn't talking or moving their mouth in a scene, I just put all of the mouth and eyeball stuff, or not the eyeball, but all the mouth and nose stuff on the head layer by itself, or with everything else with the head. Because there's no need to separate him at that point. But yeah, I think that's, yeah. I think that's good to go. So Wolf Shot 4, going to Berber. Sending money. It's nice to have an actual ledger for this stuff too. Coming out of BGS. Let me know when you get that, Boa.
Will do. All right, yeah, got them both.
Awesome. Good. Yeah, y'all been getting a little extra money this month. I know that doesn't compare to your usual stuff, but I hope it's at least a little supplement.
Every little bit helps, honestly.
Actually, yeah, you have each. But that's a good amount. Most importantly, do you guys feel that that's been a good amount for the work done? That's all.
Yeah.
That's all that I care about. I am not going to go down in internet history as like one of those hacks that didn't pay their animators. My rule for this is you always get paid in advance. If I pay someone in advance and they don't do the work, well, they ran out on me and got a piece of money for free and ripped me off. It's like, well, that's all right. You had an opportunity and you completely ruined your relationship with me. But like I said, that's only like when I'm hiring new people that I don't know from the man in the fucking moon. I like only dealing with friends. It's nice. It's all good. That's why I'm glad those things are recorded. This makes me want to watch Deep Red again. All those Argento murder movies. Goblin doing the soundtrack. Yeah, that was pretty funny when I was like, can I say hi to all the Russian people? And they're like, oh my God, we love you. Somebody even re-uploaded the clip being like, guys. It was precious. I like when that happens. Yeah, I could probably do some fish tonight. All right, well, now that all of those scenes are, I consider them done because you guys are doing them and I can move on. Dude, I got the entire walking sequence for the lizard guy keyframed. Like today, just since I started the stream. When I started the stream, none of the frames were done. That's pretty good. Wait, why is... Wait, what? Can you do me a favor, Rex?
I'm looking.
On your copy of the work, there Nikolai has a modifier on him called tint. I just need you to delete it. Because in one of the previous shots, I had his glasses with a black stroke, so I made a tint on that, a tint modifier on the extra layer, turned black strokes into white strokes for his glasses. If you'll notice, you go into rendered mode, that his arm is white on the frames. Yeah, just go into that file. I mean, it doesn't matter to me, but on your file, if you want to look at it, just delete the tint modifier, the one that's open at the bottom. It's under no strokes on eye fills. But anyway.
That's the modifier you said, right?
Yeah, tint.
Okay, it's gone.
There. It was going to make his arm gray.
Yeah.
Now I have to get the keyframe set up for this part. And Bubba, if you don't want to have to worry about coloring them, I can do that.
I'll give it a shot. It'll give me a good chance to check my gaps anyway.
If you'd like to.
It's not going to hurt for me to practice. If I've got... Sure.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm testing out the USB mic downstairs rather than the one in my headset.
Sounds like shit.
Yep. Figuring it out all over
No, it's totally fine. It's just your noise gate.
Yeah. Let me turn it down since I'm not going to be right next to it all the time.
You're fine.
He's just cutting up with you.
I can do that plenty on my own. And I will.
I learned that I cannot eat bugles anymore.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'll just say that my great aunt used to own a pig farm, and I used to go there like once a year with my grandma when I was a kid. And I'll just leave it at that.
Wait, bugles?
Yeah.
What does that have to... You mean like the cracker candy snack bag bugles?
Like the little like cone-shaped corn snacks.
But what does that have to do with a pig farm?
They make my butt stink like a pig farm.
Oh. I was like, wait, is that what their something or other looks like? And it grows
Well,
like
you made a fart sound earlier, and then I just kind of like plugged it into that, bringing it up.
God, I smelled my dog's breath this morning after he ate 2 of those like rawhide stick things.
Oh no.
They're great because they last an hour. It'll keep him occupied for a whole hour, but man, his breath smells like... It's bad. I can't remember the last time Lex had good breath, though. It's a dog. Kind of comes with the territory. Get to draw Wolf eating something in this scene. I have not played the Witcher games.
I've tried twice. It's not that I don't like them. It's just they're so big and there's so much to do and my life gets so busy that...
Yeah, I don't have the time to get into a giant RPG game again. Like, oh, it takes 30 hours to get it. I was like, I don't have that much time to put in a game. I don't know. I like Resident Evil, the new Resident Evil took me like 20-something hours to beat because I went through it at a slow pace.
Perfectly bite-sized.
It's like, that was great. But something that big, I'm even like having second thoughts about doing... Oh no, like, I mean, if there's a sex scene in something, it's not gonna put me off of it. I'm just gonna roll my eyes and be like, all right, let's get the, and the fade to white, and then, oh, you score. You found the romance card. And click on the romance card and Geralt's inventory, it's like, not really. I played the first Witcher like back in 2008, 2009, I think. It was okay. I don't skip sex scenes. If there's a movie that has like a ridiculously long sex scene, yeah, I might get up and make a sandwich or something and listen to it, waiting for it to be over. But like, I don't know. Most movies get it out of the way pretty quick, even though there's no real reason for them to be in there. I don't know. As much as I love HBO, I hate how they are required to put a minimum amount of sex in their shows. And they do. You know they do. Even though I think their shows are absolutely amazing.
Dude, I really gotta get you into White Lotus.
That's the, yeah.
Holy shit.
I heard about that show only because they had to make a prosthetic butt for the butt eating scene.
He was really in there. I can see why. You don't want him getting pink eye on set. Because, dude, he was spelunking.
Oh, God. No, the episode of Bill and Frank, I cried Like, I teared up. I thought it was gonna be worse. Somebody told me they were just like straight up clapping cheeks in one scene, and that's why I didn't look forward to it. There's nothing. It was a thing where he went down off screen to the swimsuit area, and you just saw Bill's character just kind of like, like make the face like, he's doing a thing down there and I'm reacting to it. And then it cut to the next scene. That was it. That I had no problem with. I was like, yeah, okay, I guess they're gonna do the thing. Like if they had just like cross-faded to like the bed in the center of the room and the camera's just like orbiting around the bed while they're just like clapping at it. Like that, it would have been bad. But no, like the Bill and Frank one, especially gay. I know a lot of people are like, no, I don't want to see gay sex. What do they gotta do? Like, imagine like what Shane Gillis said. There's all these preppers watching the show, and they're like, yeah, we're getting represented. Oh, what? But by the end, like all the people, they're like, "Oh, what is it? What?" But by the end, they're crying for them. They're like, "I never knew gay people could make me so sad.
I wish I was gay.
I feel his pain in a straight way. I'm a straight." But no, they really rushed through Bill and Frank's story. I don't want to talk about it because like it'll spoil it for people. They really rushed through quite a bit. They turned like an entire season arc of two characters into one episode, and I did not like that. But it was still good. That and I'm not biased on it because it was a gay sex scene or anything. It wasn't really. There was like 3 seconds of ooh, and then it just cuts to the next thing, and the rest of it's just really sweet, kind, romantic, scary storytelling. Like that little bit where it's just there to be like, okay, we're getting across the point that they're being intimate. If it was any other TV show or anything else, there would have been like a 5-minute long sex scenes with building up and a fucking climax and you know, like it just to me it becomes soft core porn at that point, and I don't want that coming anywhere near something that I make. I don't know. I'm not a prude. I'm a horrendous pervert. Don't get me wrong, but there's a time and place to be that pervert. You got to be able to read people, and you got to be able to read your own production and be like, do we really need balls slapping ass cracks for 5 minutes in this next scene right before the epic sword fight? People are going to be watching the sword fight. Just they're going to be hearing clang, 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 but they're going to be thinking about
the other sword fight.
I was saying that the onomatopoeia for sex is plap, 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 but like, what would it be if it was butt sex? It'd be flarp, flarp, flarp. Yeah. And they're laughing because I realized that flarp is like one of those Nickelodeon goo products. Nickelodeon flarp. Gross out the girls on the cheerleading squad. Ew, get it away from me. Flarp, flarp, flarp. Because it was like Nickelodeon gag. You stick your thumb into it and it makes a fart noise in the jar.
Flarp around your parents.
You can't just be playing with your flarp in front of anyone. Only under parental supervision. Yeah, very soft. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's like an epic fight between the two main characters, and one escapes, and he's like, "I'll get you next time," and, you know, and you're just like, "Holy shit! What an awesome fight scene!" Where and it just cuts right to, and you're just like, "What?" And of course, that's the moment that your parents walk downstairs, like, "Hey, honey, what are you watching?" Man, oh. what are you watching on my TV? Like, it's the 1 8-second part of the episode where there's like ass clapping is the moment that your parents walk in. Hey, where do you boys watch? Oh, God. If they had come in at any other time of the 58 minutes of the episode, it would have just been sword fights and dudes in caves with torches and stuff. But the moment that they walk downstairs, the sweaty cheeks clapping. Keep playing with her ass. Listen to my speech. I didn't say to stop playing with her ass. Or whatever the fuck. Lord Baelish. You have your little finger in everything, don't you, my lord? Of course. Keep playing with her ass. And Louis's little daughter is telling him, so yeah, we watched this really cool movie where these guys all dressed in white go around town, they're wearing bowler hats, and they drink this milk that makes them... Wait, Clockwork Orange? You watched the Clockwork Orange? Yes, it's a good movie. You're not supposed to watch it. It's like a little 9-year-old daughter talking about watching a Clockwork Orange. So great. Oh, God. All right, let me get this next scene set up. I don't even know what's going to happen here.
A story like when I was like maybe 10-year-old or something like that. I've been watching Discovery Channel, like it's basically the only channel I've been watching on TV, and there was a TV show like how's it made. They basically showing how something is made on a factory, like all the process and stuff like that, and basically they've been showing how they make and test condoms. And I didn't know what the condom is. I thought like, oh, it's some strange balloon which is like extremely stretchy. Like, okay, whatever. Let's
Why is this balloon so skinny?
Yeah, dude. I'm watching.
Why is there mayonnaise in it?
No. And there's a grandma just coming in and see how like narrator is talking about preservative. Sorry, in Russian, condom is preservative. And like I always confuse these two words. And basically she looks on the TV, like stops for a second and instantly runs to the TV to turn it off, like, oh, you're not supposed to watch it, like, and she didn't explain why. I didn't understand why the fuck. It's just fucking balloon. Like, why are you turning the TV off? I've been watching that.
I was watching.
Let's get to the good part.
Oh, бабушка пришла.
No, dude, like, I was so mad because she couldn't explain me. She didn't do anything. Like, she just got mad, and I didn't understand why.
Well, how old were you?
I said around 10, 12.
Oh, that's probably why. She's like, well, why did you turn it off? She's like, you'll know when you're older. Когда тебе больше лет? How do you say when you're older?
In which context? Like more
context? Can I smoke a cigarette? No, only when you're older. When you have more years.
Когда будешь постарше.
Постарше. Like старый. Okay. Yeah, like помедленно, quieter, постарше, a bit older.
Like older, like.
Yeah, I just mean like the pa in front of it. Yeah, like.
Yeah. It's like a
Побольше,
older brother is gonna be
постарше.
Старший брат.
Mm-hmm. When you want something younger, it would be помладше, or. I assume. Let me get these put into another file.
gonna go make a lunch. I'll be back in a little bit.
Alrighty. I wish there was a way for for me to open Blender or open this file and ignore linked files. I guess the best way to do it would just be to rename the folder that all the linked bits are in, so it just has an error when they load. That's what I usually do when there's too much stuff in a scene. So what if I went in on all of these frames? Yeah, it's still kind of... It starts slowing down. This is why I separate everything into a different file. This here is my big program file that has all of the external data linked into this. So if I wanted to edit this guy on this shot, just these frames here of him, I open his file. Which is just this file here. It's just a file. It's like if I want to work on his stuff, it's all here. It's just what I need for his animation, and this is saved as and then I just go back into my big file and it loads in each little file of everything else. So if I try to delete or edit his stuff here in this, even if I save this file, it's not going to save any changes I made because this is linked in from a different blend file. Main thing is when you do undo and redo while you're drawing, it's saving and reloading everything in this file every time you draw a stroke. So yeah, the more stuff you have in a file, the slower it gets. So I externalize everything. So because if I wanted to edit his frames on here, it's reloading all of these. Like you can have them in the same file, it's just mine are so detailed and there's so many frame by frame things of them that it's a lot of file space. So I plant all of the characters in here in all of their spots and everything, but when I need to animate one of them, I animate it in an empty file and save it in that empty file. It's like this one, a wolf here, like this is an external file, so I can't edit any of these frames. It's read only. If I wanted to edit him, this is wolf shot 3. So I would go into my linked, external. Each block of animation is its own file, which is great because I can send that one file to one of my animators just over email or Discord. They finish it, send it back to me. I just drop it in that folder, overwrite the old one, and then I load this project file up again, and it's automatically updated. I don't even have to do anything. Yeah, if I wanted to, see, this is just the file for that shot 3 object of Wolf O'Donnell. That's all this file is. And when those are the only items in the file you have, undo and redo and drawing and everything is lightning quick. You won't have to worry about this until you start having animation scenes with a lot of grease pencil stuff in it. You'll notice your computer getting a little slower. Yeah. You did really good on that one, Rex. But even if they're all externalized, it will eventually slow the file down. But like I said, I like to get all of the 3D models choreographed and put in before I start on any of the 2D animation. So that way I can just make the individual little block files and put them out. And for Wolf here, Wolf doesn't really move here. This is just going to be an animation of homeboy here blowing cigarette smoke in his face. And then maybe he moves a little here. I cannot say for sure. We've had a lot of Russian friends come in today. You are welcome to sit and wait. It's going pretty good, Grizz. I'm just getting this stuff figured out. a brain bin this can be sometimes. All right, I didn't do the shot 3 of Nikolai. At least I don't have to draw any feet. Almost. They get so close to the camera. Oh? Not quite. I completely forgot about this one. We're upstairs just a second. Okay, where are we at? ERB.
All right, I'm back, but I'm just taking a quick lunch break.
Sure, sure. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Excellent!
go. God, we're been going 5.5 fucking hours. Jesus. There we are. Let the water flow. Let the darkness grow. The light shines. I think we'll retire the Yeen. Goodbye.
Shut the fuck up!
Not a problem.
I apologize.
Ten random farts. Okay. Mind blowing. I will probably be heading out of here once I get my fish, though. Can I put on the...
Autobots, roll out. God damn it. Autobots, Gasser, stop. For God's sake.
Alright, I'm back.
What was that?
Me moving my mic.
I just heard me.
I gotta reset my mic crane.
I have 54 farts connected to one button. And it will never play the same one twice. I don't pull it out that often anymore, but... Oh, does it do the... Not yet, Mom. Not yet. Oh my God! You're disgusting! Still playing. Not yet, Mom. Not yet, Mom. What a... Jesus Christ. Okay, so anyway, I've got to get this one set up now.
I'm glad you never, well, as far as I know, never been so hyper-focused on working on your cartoon that you just shit your pants but worry about it later.
That's like a serious problem. That's bad parenting for one. All these things where the kids are sitting in there being like horrible to their parents. I'm sorry if my kid was sitting there shitting his pants and telling me to shut up, I would physically grab him and drag him into the bathroom. If it was a computer that I purchased for him, I would be like, you have 5 seconds to get in there and be a human being before I come in here with a crowbar and completely destroy that thing that's sucking your soul out of you. I would. And if he still didn't get up, I'd go in there and smash that computer to pieces. I would. Like, some of those videos I've seen where the kid's arguing with the parent and telling them to shut up, and the mom's just sitting there. It's like, I'm gonna count to 3, and then when I count to 3, I'm gonna say the magic word, and you know what happens with, like, nope. If I tried that shit when I was a kid, I would have, yeah, my mom would have Ed 209 my ass. I would have had 3 seconds. She's like, that was me when I was a kid. My mom would be like, 1, and I'd be up and doing whatever she needed me doing. I can't imagine someone being like, you need to do, like, Mom, shut up, I'm doing this, and you sell. Like, they'd get like 2 words out with me. I ain't into like beating your kids or anything, but I would grab my stanky child and drag them into the bathroom if they got that bad. Discipline's important. You have to discipline your children, or they just sit there playing Overwatch, shitting their pants and calling you a scrub. If your children have gotten to that point, yes, you have failed as a parent. It's not undoable. There's still time. But if they're not potty trained by the time that they're 18, you're in trouble. If they became a pro Overwatch player, they could move out and shit on themselves in someone else's apartment. Yeah, you'll.
No,
Mom makes $1 and gives me a dime. That's.
You gotta do it like this.
Go to the bathroom!
You're just going to pelt them with a kickball. No, seriously, every time I see one of those videos of like horrible, undisciplined, entitled child, the parent is always like leaning in the doorway negotiating with them, like they're not legally allowed to like unplug the computer. Like, that always makes me wonder. I was like, why don't you unplug the computer? You go in there and yank the cord out of the wall, at the very least. Like the one kid that was just like arguing with his mom, and she's just like begging him to get off the computer and doing what he's told. What? You don't have to hit your kid, not at all. But why does the idea of going behind your kid's computer and pulling the plug out of the wall while they're about to get first place in Roblox or whatever, why does that thought never cross their mind? That blows my mind.
Well, my younger brother, when he was in like, I think he may have been in like 8th grade, going into like freshman year of high school or something, he was completely and hopelessly addicted to being on the Xbox.
Mm.
And he had like a online girlfriend on there, excuse me, and it got so bad that like he stopped going to basketball practice. He'd pretend to be sick so he could like stay home from school and be on it.
That's a problem.
And
that's like, I honestly think that's as bad as having a drug addiction or
it
being
absolutely
addicted
was
to pot or something.
Well, it was also to the point where like my mom would discipline him by like, she's like, I'm gonna take away your controller and like take away the system, and he would scream and wail and like threaten suicide.
Yep.
To the point where the school was even just like our school district was like, don't take it away from him because he'll kill himself. It's like, well then, what are we supposed to do? And then he dropped out of high school. And no, this was my younger brother.
Oh shit! Okay.
I would say what you're supposed to do in that situation, but I'd probably get in trouble on Twitch for it. But I tried that shit with my mom. Well, if you take it away from me, I'm gonna run away. And she just said, fucking do it. She called my bluff. And she said, if you want this back, you're gonna have to earn it back by being a human being. Like, yeah, I was addicted to video games, but that was like, when I was like 6 or 7. Like, please don't take my Nintendo. I can't imagine dealing with like a 17-year-old. Good God.
I mean, he's turned his life around significantly since then.
Yeah.
'Cause like I said, he was just a kid, but it was like, it was the school. Like I mean, obviously there was another solution, but for some reason our school was just like, well, if he's threatening suicide, you can't take it away from him. But they gave no other solution, and well,
and the kid finds out that works, he's gonna be like, give me $500 or I'm gonna boo. And like, yeah, you have to do it. Remember, school said you don't want me to. Like, I've heard of kids doing shit like that. Like with me, my mom said that you can't swear to God or you'll go to hell if it's a lie. Like if you swear to God something's true and you lie. So one day I wanted her to stay home from work so bad that I said, I swear to God that you're not going to go to work today. And she she went the fuck to work, and my sister terrorized me and sang songs about me going to hell for a solid week, making me cry my eyes out. And I never did that again. The sister part of it was a little overkill, but like my mom, like, she's the one that told me that. So I was like, wait, so I gotta be like, I swear to God, you'll give me $500 today. If you don't give me $500, you don't want your son to go to hell, dude. Yeah. I thought it was like a Game Genie cheat. Keep in mind, I was like 5 years old. This was like little me. Jesus. Yeah, no, if my kid threatened something like that, I would not have done what the school said to do. That's all that's gonna come out of my mouth on that subject. I'm so glad that like I would love to have had a kid like growing up in the 2000s or the 90s maybe, but nowadays, I'm not saying anything bad about kids now. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna have a kid nowadays, good luck. People are gonna keep having kids. The world adapts. We move on. But holy fuck.
I think that some kids can be shitty, but like, dude, most of that usually comes down on the parents, and I'm a firm believer in that. It's like, if you didn't do enough, you're gonna have a shitty kid. I'm sorry. It's not TV's job. It's not the government's job. It's not anybody else's job to raise your kid.
It really is
yours.
a parent's.
Whatever you let happen, you let happen.
Shitty parents always blame their kids being bad on something else other than them. You see those like body cam videos where like the teenagers go out and like wreck a car and run over somebody, and then the parents, they're like, your kids are like this. Like, yeah, I don't know what to do with it. I know what you should have done when they were 10 years old and started like torturing animals and stuff. Jesus. Yeah, you got to be a good parent. You try to be a friend and like the cool pot smoking parent that lets your kids try weed when they're 12. No. I'm all for weed. Nothing wrong with weed, but like don't let your 12-year-old smoke pot because you want to be cool with them. Like if they sneak out and do it, and there's nothing you can do about it, that's different. But don't like, oh, I'm cool, let's smoke weed with my kid. Then your kid's gonna live with you for the rest of their life, and you're gonna be like the pot smoking mom and son. And I don't know. 90% of the time, that doesn't end up very well. You end up on a body cam.
A lot of people defend like other things by saying it's like, well, I don't want to have this conversation with my kid because it's uncomfortable. It's like, well, life is a bumpy road.
Cop's gonna have an uncomfortable conversation with you about your kid very soon.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, I'm trimming. I'll be right back. This is difficult. You know, everybody turns out different. There is no one perfect way to raise your kids, but you got to be able to discipline your kids and let them know that something is wrong and that they should feel ashamed. This day and age of never shame your children, never discipline your children, only, you know, they're let them grow and blah blah. It's like you don't have to beat your kids to be a good parent, but holy fuck. Thank you, Majora. You have to be at least you have to at least be a little rough on your kids if they're doing something really bad. Or you become one of those people that just, like, when the cops come over and they're like, yeah, your son is drunk and he ran over someone, they almost died, and you're just standing there, I just don't know what to do. Like, no, if anything like that happened and the cops came home and told my mom about it, yeah, I would have been in trouble. I turned out all right. I don't hate my parents for disciplining me. Anyway. I can't get this to set up just right.
All I'll say is that the only thing my mom had to say to get me to do anything was just curse you. She would scream it, and it was the most, like... Get it back! Yeah.
I thought that's what she meant. That your mom's like, if you don't do that, boil, toil, in trouble. Or double boil, toil, no. Like putting an actual hex on you or something.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. But no, she would just say, curse you, Gabriel. I'd be like, oh God, I'm so sorry.
Oh, she literally said that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Damn.
We had an indoor dog. A little miniature dachshund, like Christina Elizabeth Kuntz was her name, and she was the princess. And she, if you let her go outside, because we lived on like a 4-acre farm, and there was a huge wooded area in the backyard, and she would go outside and zip as fast as she could straight into those woods, and we'd have to try and like find her. Like we would like fan out like we were looking for a dead body or something, like the whole family. And my mom would always ask, like, who let her outside? I'd be like, it was me. And she'd be like, curse you. I'm like, oh, God.
Like,
my life is over.
Your mom was Jewish, right?
She converted after she married. But...
She gonna put that Yimach Shema on your name, dude.
Oh, man. But the dog always came back, and then she was a cool outdoor dog after that, so it was fine. But, man, when she got mad. She would never cuss us out, or... She spanked us when we were little kids, but... God, she knew how to yell.
Oh, God. Yeah, I picked on people in school, like, I think twice. It was just like I was hanging out with people and they were making fun of a dude, so I made fun of a dude. I think like literally twice, and I still think about those 2 times that I made fun of another kid, like even to this day, and I feel so bad about it. I imagine like all of the people who made fun of me all the time have already forgotten about it and didn't genuinely think they did anything wrong. I've already forgotten the faces of everybody I went to school with that I haven't like kept up with in the past 15 years.
I've gotten to where like I'll remember faces but not names. Like if I ever went to a high school reunion, I'd be like, hey, it's you.
I'll never, ever go to a high school reunion as long as I live. Holy Jesus. I would never, ever. I thought about it. my 20 year was last year, and I was like, oh, COVID, I have a reason not to go, thank Christ. I think Nikolai is the only character that's in all 4 shot or all camera shots so far. Wolf's not in the first one. Nikolai shot 3. Okay. Yeah, every single person that I still talk to from high school, which is like 2 people, they're all like, yeah, high school sucked. I don't want to talk about it. It's like, hey, me either. We're like sisters. I had good memories from high school, but they were all just memories by myself. Like, I remember like hanging out in keyboard class. You know, like 1 or 2 friends here and there, sure, but just like making video games. Like, video games like fucked me up in middle school. Like, not playing them, but making them. I was so obsessed with making little side scrollers and stuff that schoolwork suffered. But man, when I got to 9th grade and I had a laptop that I could bring to school and make video games on, yeah, like, I had no chance.
I'll say my senior prom was really cool.
I dropped out.
2 of my
before
girlfriends, and we went to like a hibachi grill thing. But even just like the dance itself was really cool. Like, we all just like there were no like class feuds or like everyone got to, like, for some reason everyone got along. Like, everyone was talking and dancing together, and some of the teachers, well, one of the teachers that really didn't get along with me, like, we talked, and it was cool. Like, it was a nice little goodbye. Well, one of them was a lesbian card holder, and the other one was the other one that I brought was my, I guess just to protect her name, we'll just call her Stacy. She was arguably like the pretty girl that all the jocks wanted, you know, but I was her gay friend. But we were really good friends, actually, and everyone, because I came out like sophomore year of high school, I think it was, and like everyone thought that I was faking it just so I can get like hot girlfriends. And they're like, we know you took Stacy to prom because you're not actually gay. I'm like, no, I'm gay.
Yeah, one of my gay friends tried to take me to prom at our school, and same-sex people were not allowed.
Yeah, same. Part of it was because it just was frowned upon, but also they didn't want people getting beat up and shot at prom. The last day of high school though was really cool. I think they called it May Day, and there were no classes. They rented out a bunch of like fair equipment, and there was like indoor rides and like blow up bouncy castles and like gladiator stick fight things you could do. And they had all this like catered food outside. It was just like it was basically like a fair. It's so cool. Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I was ready for it. I've mentioned it before that my graduation photo is me in the front yard at the farmhouse. You know, just like taking pictures of my diploma in my gown and my hat. You know, hugging my grandparents, and behind me is a U-Haul truck because I got the fuck out. I wanted to be on my own.
You know, I could animate half of this and then just paste the rest of it for the first half and move it backwards. I bet I could.
Try it out and see what it looks like. It's really short anyway.
Yeah, just there's one cycle of him walking here like that. From there to there. Is that the same? Yeah. I bet I could. Well, yeah, when you are a sweaty, awkward high schooler.
Excellent!
It's not always good. Spivity, thank you very much for the 12er. Much appreciated. I think the clip of Germa in the Nova Bomb commercial is going to have more views than the actual episode.
I finally watched one of his streams recently.
Oh, he's fucking hilarious. I still think the carnival stream is the best thing that has ever happened on Twitch. Most definitely. Nah, I scrapped all that stuff. I have no idea what episode 3 is going to be now. I mean, I know all the scenes that are going to happen, but whether or not musical stuff or silly stuff's going to be put in, there's no telling. Yeah, I said I wanted to do that one. We'll see. Because the power is going to go out. The main backup stuff on Sargasso has to be repaired. Slippy and one other engineer are going to have to go in and repair the stuff. Otherwise, they're going to have to wait for a week. So yeah, everybody on board the Sargasso space station has to stay there. Unless they have a suit and they can get out to their ships. So it makes it... But, you know, the place, it has a hotel, it has a casino, it has a lounge, it has a gift shop. It's a bit of a ramshackle state, but I think it'd make for an interesting story. Everyone's given their respective hotel rooms. I think when Fox finally goes to sleep, he'll have that dream. He'll get woken up in the middle of it, though. Oh, he's gonna have clothes. He's gonna Andros is going to get his nephew to bring Fox some clothes since they're about the same size. And it's a tuxedo. He was recently at a wedding or something, and he gives Fox his tuxedo. So Fox is wearing a tuxedo for a bit until the rest of his team shows up. And that's when the power goes out, or like for the main shields or whatever. So there's gonna be a little bit where he wears the suit, and then his teammates get there to rescue him, and he's like, I'm fine, I'm having a talk. And I'm like, well, here, if you want to look better. He's like, oh, finally. And it's a new jacket because all of his old clothes had blood and sand all over them.
What is the name of the new band, by the way?
The Teammates. Well, Rex, are you going to stream today?
I thought about it, but I'm just gonna be doing this all day.
I got you.
Might stream tomorrow. I just want to get more headway on this.
I understand. Looks like nobody's streaming today. Who is that? Pat Crepeau does amazing anime. All right, let's raid somebody. I'll take your suggestion, and I'll be back on here tomorrow. We'll continue our lizard walking endeavor. Have a good one.